I'm calling this meeting to order. This is a Redmond City Council special meeting held on Tuesday, January 13th, 2026, commencing at 6 o'clock p.m. Council members in attendance are Council President Stewart, Council Vice President Nueva Camina, and Council members Forsyth, Kritzer, Precria, Sony, and we have a vacancy. This meeting is being held for the council vacancy interviews. We have 11 candidate interviews. Each interview will be 15 minutes long with a 5-minute transition period between each candidate. There will be a 10-minute break at 8 p.m. At the end of the interviews, the council will go into executive session to discuss candidate qualifications. Following the executive session, the council will come back into open session and will have candidate nominations, discussion, and decision on the finalists. The finalists will come back for an additional interview on January 20th. Council President Stewart, would you like to make a few comments?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor Bernie, and welcome everyone. We are really excited to get this process started tonight. I want to take a moment on behalf of the entire council to thank our incredible community members who applied for this leadership opportunity. We are deeply grateful for every candidate and applicant who took the time to prepare such a thoughtful submission. The size of the turnout and the quality of the application packets we receive leave me nothing but incredibly proud of our wonderful community. And please know this is not the only way to engage in local government. Please do check out our boards and committees page and speak with us about other ways to engage if you are not advancing in the process tonight. The council reviewed 35 anonymized applications, and the unredacted versions of those applications were distributed to the council earlier today. And as the mayor said, we've got quite a few conversations to have tonight, which we are really looking forward to. So we are eager to get started. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Council President. And with that, we will welcome our first candidate. We'll get him situated. Good evening. There's a button. It'll turn yellow. Turn green. Great. Thank you. Welcome. I'm Mayor Bernie, and welcome to the interview. You will have a total of 15 minutes to answer questions, but we will first ask you to share your name and your pronouns, and then we'll get going on the rest of the questions.
I'll start with my name. Please call me CK. I have a very long, complicated name, even for an Indian name. So CK works just fine. Pronouns are he, him. And yep, very nice to meet all of you, and thank you for inviting me for this opportunity.
Hi, CK. I'm Councilmember Vivek Prakriya. I use he, him. The first question is, why do you want to serve on the council? And how do you envision your approach to successful service?
First, I see Redmond at is that close enough? Okay. First, I see Redmond is at a very critical kind of juncture as we make that transition from a suburb to an urban center, especially with the transit coming in. And I've lived in Redmond for about 10 years now with my family, and we love Redmond. I've got 2 kids in the Lake Washington School District system, elementary and middle school, and we make extensive use of all that Redmond has to offer. We use the bike trails, we're hiking all the time, and we love that kind of urban hiking divide. We can take a hike and come down to downtown for a coffee. We love that thing, and it's a wonderful place to raise kids. But as we grow, I think we're going to face pressure to expand services. And when I read through, I didn't know a lot about how the Redmond government functioned, to be frank. But as I read through, I was really fascinated with the price of government and that commitment to keep that price of government between 5 and 5.5% even as we grow, and kind of keeping that as a ceiling. So that was really attractive to me. And then my service on the Redmond 2050 Community Advisory Committee, that was really my catalyst, where I really understood a little bit about how Redmond functions, what its priorities are, and I really wanted to devote more time to that. But at that time, I was really busy. I was at the Gates Foundation, really long hours and lots of travel, mainly to Africa and India. But now I've taken on a role as an independent consultant. I'm consulting for the World Bank and the UN, so my time is my own, and I have the time I think that this position deserves. So I think it's a great time for me to apply for this role.
Thank you so much for sharing. My name is Council President Melissa Stewart. I use she, her pronouns. And the next question is, could you tell us what knowledge, experience, or perspective has uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
So I think the two things. I think first I bring kind of financial rigor And I spent 14 years at the Gates Foundation, as I said, primarily in finance and strategy. And at the Gates Foundation, and now even when I'm at the World Bank, we use something called outcome-based investing, which I think is very similar kind of structurally to the budgeting by priorities that you use. So I'm very familiar with looking at a budget, looking at the strategy, trying to kind of find that intersection point between the strategy, the budget, and then managing really a portfolio of investments. So at the World Bank, we do a lot of AI infrastructure investments. So I'm familiar with that, and I think that's a skill that I could bring and translates well from a lot of the other roles that I've had. And second, I have that interagency experience. So before the Gates Foundation, I spent 8 years at a firm in Seattle called Ross Strategic. And our primary clients were the EPA and the CDC, and we were trying to build a network to exchange data between the EPA, the CDC, State Department of Health, state environmental agencies. And as you can imagine, that's a complicated endeavor. So I understand that Redmond does not exist in a vacuum. We are one city, and the city needs to be able to work with with the state. It needs to work with King County, Sound Transit. So I bring that perspective where I know that we need to be able to navigate all those government institutions, and that's not an easy exercise. So I think those are two kind of unique perspectives that I have, which I would love to bring to the city of Redmond.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Kritzer. It's nice to meet you. And the third question is, if you were appointed to the role, how would you go about getting up to speed and being prepared to jump in on a wide variety of policy issues that we're working on?
I think I would use the kind of system that I've developed over my last 20 years of working, and that's listen first, then analyze, and then communicate. And there's a framework that I use. It's called Chesterton's Fence, and you might have come across that. It was developed by G.K. Chesterton. I won't go into the philosophy of that, but in a nutshell, it is if you come across a fence built in a field for no apparent good reason, it behooves you, before you decide to rip it up, to understand why it was built and who built it and why it was placed there. Somebody put in thought and effort to build that fence. And my approach is very similar. I know there's a lot of history in Redmond, why things were done a particular way. And before we kind of advocate for change or run like, let's tear this down, let's change this, I always would apply, like I've done at the Gates Foundation, at the World Bank, this principle of Chesterton's Fence. Why was that ordinance or why was that rule put in place? Who put it there? Why was it put there? Does it still serve a purpose? If it doesn't, it's ripe for change. Otherwise, it was there for a good reason. So that would be my approach. And then just, on the tactical, I would kind of dive into your budgeting by priorities. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I read through it. I haven't absorbed all of it. Those are pretty hefty documents, and kudos to whoever created them. They're very well written. And I've written a lot of those similar documents with the bank, but, they're really well done. So I would dive deep into that and kind of understand kind of, what enhancements are that can be made, what the existing budget priorities are, what the limitations are. So I would kind of do a deep dive definitely into the existing material to get up to speed.
I'm Council Member Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question to you will be, the Council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a Council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
So for me, inclusion is not just a buzzword. It gets thrown around a lot there. And it's really, for me, it's all about kind of removing barriers to access. And I've had a lot of experience with that. I've worked in Nigeria, Cambodia, India, Sri Lanka. And really, when you worked in those places, one thing I've learned is that you can't build systems just for the average user. When you build it for the average, you lose out those tails. And those tails are where really the most vulnerable people live. So when designing these systems or processes that we have, we can't just build to the middle. It kind of works for everybody. No, it's really got to work for people who are in the most vulnerable spaces there. And there's a whole kind of philosophy in how you think about that. And then as a council member, I would support the budgeting for equity process, ensuring that every budget is scrutinized for who benefits and who is left out, and being very intentional. Sometimes people will be left out. I mean, I'm also a realist there, but that should be acknowledged, not ignored. So that part is very important to me. And then just on a practical basis, I would be very much in favor of meeting citizens or residents in third places. Not everybody comes to council meetings. And for a lot of people coming from different countries, the government can be an intimidating place, right? Even this is my first time in this building. All my Redmond City Council stuff was during COVID, it was done on Zoom calls there, right? So we have to understand that government can be intimidating, and for many countries, government is something to be avoided, not participated in. You try to stay as far away from the government as you can. And that's something I think, from an inclusion perspective, really try to bring people from different nationalities in and realize that government works very different here.
Thank you. I'm Councilmember Forsyth, she, her pronouns. My question is, from your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions could the city take?
So I think as we grow, as we had that transition point there, I think the two pressing needs, I think, would be one, infrastructure for urbanization, and as we move towards high capacity infrastructure and kind of the transit-oriented development, we have this missing middle. We've got kind of, the houses on Education Hill, and we've got, renters at Oval Lake. How do we kind of build that transitory housing in the middle? It may be townhouses, maybe condos, and I think really building that ownership community rather than this very stark divide that we have right now between you've got renters and homeowners, and the twain shall never meet. So trying to find that transitional space, and I know it's difficult given all the limitations that we face. And the second is public safety and resilience. And as density increases, so do kind of issues around public safety. And I read through some of the kind of recent hiring and the FTEs that we've added for that. So kind of great move by the council to kind of add some of that. I'd also like to see kind of increased use of technology. And I'm being very, very careful with technology, privacy-preserving technology. I know there's been quite a bit of controversy of late with the kind of technology being used, but I think a lot of the work I've done with the Gates Foundation and others have been all about how can you deliver healthcare to HIV patients, but preserve their privacy. And I think there have been some great advances in that I think I'd love to see the city use so that people can benefit from what's happening with AI, with data analysis, but preserve their privacy where it counts the most.
Great. Hi, I'm Council Vice President Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
So I really believe in principled decision-making. I mean, consensus is great, but I'm also a realist. I know you can't always get consensus on everything from everybody. And as the saying goes, you can please some of the people some of the time, but you cannot please all of the people all of the time. In that situation, what do we really do? It is, a democratic process after all. And that's where I just keep coming back to that budgeting by priorities, kind of almost see that as this kind of guiding principle that you can use every time there is a issue that comes up or somewhere there's disagreement. Can we use that? And again, there's a lot of discussion that needs to take place there. But can we use those as kind of guiding principles to help us as council make a decision based on that? So, on the council, I will listen with, empathy, especially to those who disagree with me. But my vote, if it comes to that, will ultimately be cast on data and the long-term financial health of the city. And if I have to make tough calls that disappoints a particular group, I think I will communicate very clearly what the trade-offs are and what the constraints are going to be for that decision there. So residents may not always agree with my vote, but they will always understand my math and my values, right? And I kind of see this as kind of two ends. There's the science of decision making and the art of communicating those decisions. And I think the science, I think just looking around the room, I think we're all a bit of nerds when it comes down to the science and decision making. I've read all of your bios, so clearly you've all done that. But then there's also the kind of subtle art of communicating those decisions. And that's where I think we could kind of work on figuring out what people's concerns really are, and then the decision can't be, the number on this line says this, hence this is the decision. That art is to be really communicated with empathy and understanding of where they're coming from, and that's where I think I really excel. I've done a lot of that kind of negotiating with governments around the world, and kind of they often don't want to hear hard messages, and the people too sometimes have that issue there. But I think it can kind of really bring that, but always, I call it, what's it, velvet glove, but iron fist underneath. There is data backing up that decision, but the way that decision can be communicated is with empathy and understanding.
Turn that back on. Well, thank you so much. Those were the 6 questions. Thank you so much for being prepared. You are more than welcome to stay and listen to the rest. The council will be making a decision by the end of this evening. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We are waiting for our next candidate to arrive, and so council members can take this time to make any thoughts, write down any thoughts that they have. My laptop's going to restart. Any thoughts that they have while we wait our next candidate? Oh, yes, and the next candidate starts at 6:25, so we have a little bit of moment. He was efficient. We are early. Yes, we are.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Just have a seat and then turn the little button so it's green for the mic.
It's already green.
Oh, well, there we go. Excellent. Well, welcome. We are here to interview you for the council position. You will have 15 minutes to answer 6 questions that we have given you. And we will start off by having you just introduce yourself, your name and your pronouns, and then we'll start right in on the questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Afnan Dallashe, and I go with pronouns she, her.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Councilmember Vivek Prakriya with the first question. He, him pronouns. Why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
Okay, thank you for this question. I know, like, everyone thinks that this is everyone's going to ask this question. So I think I want to serve at Redmond City Council to be able to build a better future for my kids in general. I think that I would like to help shape impactful policies in general to make sure that the city remains inclusive and accessible to all. I like to focus on delivering actionable results in different areas, not just put policies and be done with it, but make sure that those policies are being enforced in the right way and in different areas, like, for example, when you talk about affordable housing, what does that mean to everyone? Rent stability, making the city more walkable for all other people, making sure that transportation, public transportation is more available to the people. How to provide economic growth and making sure that the policy we put it in, it doesn't impact, with minimum environmental impact at the same time, because we understand how innovation and other economies can be impactful to other areas at the same time. My approach to successful service would be through collaboration, mainly. I think local collaboration, for example, with different factions of the community can ensure balance between the needs of the individual and the overall health of the community at the same time. At the same level, I think regional collaboration is very important between the cities, the federal, the state at the same time, to make sure that we impact, we fulfill the big scale challenges that we have in this area. Example for that is the sound transit, how it came to Redmond. That was a good example of good regional collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Council President Melissa Stewart, and my pronouns are she, her. Thank you for joining us. The second question is about what knowledge, experiences, or perspective has uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
Thank you. So the people who know me know that I volunteer in different spaces and I'm in different areas at the same time. I think that gave me a wide perspective of what our community needs. For example, my role as a board member in a big nonprofit organization makes me make sure that, I focus on building strategic policies and at the same time, strategic policies and physical responsibilities, make sure how to handle public funds with the community priorities at the same time, balancing both between them. Being part of the PTSA, Parent, Teacher, Student Associations, sharpened my advocacy skills and made me focus more on equity and how to reach more the students, make sure that the students' voices, the staff, and the school itself, and all the communities and the families itself, all the voices are heard, and dealing with this structure of diverse families and diverse community made me aware more of their needs and how to approach them, talk to them more, and how can we, as collective body, we can reach more stuff and goals than than being just alone. I worked as a basketball coach with middle school kids, girls, and as a Girl Scout leader. This gave me good opportunities on how to unite the personalities, different personalities, to work toward a common goal at the same time. And at the same time, how to celebrate strength, personality, like different personality strength, and at the same time, while you are unique, you are part of this team, and how can we work together? All of these opportunities also make me focus more on how to create programs that are inclusive, accessible to everyone, how to empower the youth more, how to make sure that everyone is heard. So I hope that those skills can help me with this position.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kritzer. I use she, her pronouns. And the next question is, if appointed to this role, how would you go about getting up to speed and being prepared to jump in on the wide variety of policy issues that our council works on?
Thank you. This is an important question. I know that this is an appointment position, not election. So at the same time, for the past 6 months, I observed most of the city council meetings, made sure that I reviewed most of the agenda packets that were provided, went through a lot of technical documents that were provided at the same time, like a lot of reading, actually. And that gave me a little bit more understanding of our comprehensive plans that we work toward, like most areas, like the main big one, 2050, Redmond 2050, but at the same time, each area has its own comprehensive plans that being development and how they are going to implement it and what are the indicators for each of them to be sure, like what's the strategic direction of the cities. Listening to the public was very important, like very eye-opener to me, because when we listen to the public, we understand more what's the community priorities are and whether as a council we are going to the right direction where are we meeting the needs of the community or not. So I think I think the Teen Center is a good example of this. Like people came, they talk about why it's important to them, what are the most important things that they need. This council need to work on making sure that the future Teen Center does really fulfill the needs of the people who that center will serve mainly, and make sure that it creates like a positive impact on the people, like the old firehouse was dearly missed. I felt that way. So that's it.
I am Council Member Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question to you is, the Council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversion, and inclusion throughout the city. As a Council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure that we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
This is a very important question, because we all talk about the needs of the community, but how can we reach that, especially the voices that do not come to us? I think as council member or decision makers, we need to meet the people where they are, and we need to bring them to be part of the process, like how the decision process is made. We need to make sure that those people, and I'm talking everyone, not just like certain communities or certain cultural people, no, we're talking about everyone who lives in Redmond City, that their needs are met, that this will help us shape inclusive outreach strategies in general, that everyone is welcome, no matter what's your background, where you are in your career, where you are in life, you're always welcome, included, and supported. This is very important to me. How to make it more accessible is by providing those opportunities for the people to come. For example, we can do town halls. They say, oh, send emails, and we will reply at some point. I don't know what's the protocol about this, but hopefully this is what we do. And then at the same time is that we attend events, like we go to sports events, school events, cultural events, make sure that we connect with the community and we talk with them about what do they really need and what should be doing. Because as public servants, we are serving this community. We don't tell them what what to do, or like just the direction, how it should be done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Councilmember Forsyth, she, her pronouns. From your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions could the city take?
Okay, so I think we have a lot of priorities in the past 6 months and before in Redmond. And when we look at our comprehensive plans, I think affordable housing is a very important subject that people are always talking about. We know how much the cost of living is with the inflation and the higher prices for everything. This is a very pressing matter to the families and people who live in Redmond in general in this area. Rent stabilization in one thing where we need to make sure that the legislative and the policies that we supplement. At the same time, we need to make sure that we are creating economic growth at the same time. Like, yes, we need to balance between those policies, like, oh, we need to make sure that it is livable space for people, but at the same time, are we supporting small businesses? Are we making sure the community is growing in the right direction? This is important for us. I know with the World Cup coming, we're talking about tourism. We're talking about short-term rentals. Like, what are the policies that we need to change in order to make sure that our city is ready for this big event? Especially that we are the first stop to Seattle in the Sound Transit. That means, oh, our hotel are ready. Like, what are the small businesses can have? Like, how we can create opportunities for them to emphasize, like, jump on this opportunity and make sure that we are ready. At the same time, I think the youth is big in, like, whatever the youth needs during this next 5 years is very important, especially when we are doing a teen center, right? A dedicated teen center for them. What are their needs? What do they want for the future at the same time? So in general, I feel like what action could the city take? It's just listen and make sure that we are meeting those needs. That's it.
Hi, I'm Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
I think this is a daily life. I call it daily life. It's like in your daily life, you meet different people, different culture, different mindsets. Everyone thinks, oh, this is the right way. But at the same time, we need to, and I think through my answers, you understand that mainly I thrive on collaboration more. So I think that we need to step back, make sure that we have all good intentions, make sure that we are all, as a team, working toward a common goal. This is the most important thing. So how can we reach that common goal? It's not one way or another. It's a lot of ways together, and we just need to make sure that we connect, and we need to find those intersection points where all of us agree that this is the right approach. How can we approach that? How can we make sure together to understand and listen more to each other? And at the same time, how can we move forward, not just listen and step, like listen and stop doing whatever needed to be done, but at the same time, like, how can we push each other to be better and to improve? That's it. Oh, and I have extra time, so if anyone wants to ask any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much. You did a great job answering the 6 questions that we had in the time allotted. You only have like a minute and a half left. That was pretty good. Thank you. And with that, once again, thank you for applying. The council is going to interview all the candidates, and we'll make a decision by the end of the evening. And you can stay if you'd like, or not. You will find out either way.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Our next candidate starts at 6:45.
it okay if I do that during the meeting? Council members, because we are in open session and I've received a special request, I'm just explaining that we've received a request from a visitor tonight. Looks like we have a student who was asked to come and observe a council meeting and have it signed off by a council member. So that's what I'm doing over here. Thank you.
Let's stay for a little bit longer. It's called Link Crew. It's sort of like a leadership thing. They try to encourage us to like go out and do new things that pertain to leadership.
You're a couple minutes early, but we had a lot of, you can just sit for a little bit and get organized, and then we'll start up in about 2 minutes.
How are you? Good to see you all. Is this on, or should I make it on?
I'll warn you that you need to talk really close to it when we do start. So sure. Are you ready? Well, we're going to dive on into our third candidate. You will have 15 minutes to answer 6 questions. Each council member will ask a question. I'm Mayor Bernie, she, her, sorry, forgot to announce that. I'll give you a moment just to say your name and your pronouns, and then we'll dive into the questions, all right?
Sure.
Hey, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zahra Islami, she, her, and I'm a Redmond resident and a mother of 2 young children, IT engineer, computer scientist, and educational and community advocate.
So, well, thank you for being here. My name is Councilmember Vivek Prakriya, and the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
Yeah. Redmond is making important long-term decisions right now, and I want to contribute where policy, budget, and community impact come together. My experience in both the private technology and public education advocacy helped me understand how decisions are made and how they affect people. I want to bring that perspective to support smart, lasting choices for the city. So I prepare quickly, ask the right questions, and make decisions based on evidence and impact. I focus on what will still make sense 5 or 10 years from now, not just what feels urgent today. I'm clear about the council role, set directions, hold accountability, let staff do their jobs, and I use Redmond 2050 as a practical guide for priorities and trade-off.
Thank you so much. My name is Council President Melissa Stewart, and my pronouns are she, her. The next question we have for you tonight is, what knowledge, experiences, or perspectives have uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
Sure. My strongest preparation comes from community and educational advocacy, supported by my technical background through my work with Lake Washington School District and Bellevue School District. I work closely with the PTSA Council members, school boards, legislators, and families. This taught me how public system works and funding and policy intersect and how decisions affect the community members. In addition, as an engineer and computer scientist, including my work at Dell Technology, I've worked inside complex system, analyze data, and deliver solutions under pressure. Together, this experience allowed me understand complexity of the quickly and contribute practical, well-resonate solutions.
I'm next. I'm Vanessa Kritzer, council member, and I use she, her pronouns. And the next question is, if you were appointed to the role, how would you go about getting up to speed and being prepared to jump in on the wide variety of policy issues that our council covers?
I'm comfortable stepping into complexity and moving quickly. Early in my career at Dell Technology, I joined a project late, learned the system fast, and helped deliver on time. That approach, learning quickly, organizing information, and working closely with a team, has guided my work ever since. I'm a strong project manager who values professionalism and teamwork. I applied this in demanding environment from a competitive graduate school, University of Minnesota, to multi-district education funding advocacy like the regional town hall that I did last week. And I would bring this same discipline and focus to the council role.
My name is Council Member Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question to you. The council prioritizes culture of respect, equity, diversion, and inclusion throughout the city. As a council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
I focus on intentional outreach and consistent persistence, not just formal meeting. Through my PTSA and D&I work, I've seen how barriers like language, time, trust, unfamiliar processes limit participation. I've worked to reduce those barriers through workshops, town halls, and culturally inclusive events. I focus on making government process clear and understandable, how input is gathered, how decisions are made, and how feedback is used. When people can see these processes and the outcomes, trust grows. To me, equity means designing systems that people can realistically participate in, not just inviting them in name only.
Thank you. Sorry, I was still typing. Hi, I'm Councilmember Jessica Forsyth, she, her pronouns. From your perspective, what is the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions can the city take?
Several needs stand out. One, education and youth well-being. The city can strengthen partnership with school districts and educational organizations to support early childhood education, youth program, mental health access, and inclusive community spaces. The second one would be safety and resilience through technology for storms, earthquake, flooding, and fire risk. The city can use technology to improve preparedness and response. Cities like Tokyo use sensor network and real-time data to support fast decision-making by emergency responders. Redmond can adopt similar approaches to improve early warnings, communication, and response time. The third one would be connecting technology to the community needs. Redmond has strong technology partners. The city can create an intentional pathway for tech companies to help address local challenges beyond economic growth. The fourth would be inclusive community connection. Beyond festival, the city can invest in inclusive, innovative events in park and public spaces that help build deeper community connection. That's it.
I am Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
Disagreement is a normal and healthy part of governance. I focus on listening carefully, understanding different perspectives, and on identify shared goals. When agreement isn't immediate, I value transparency, trust, and staying in conversation. Some issues benefit from time and revisiting them with new information. I believe a strong governance depends on respectful dialogue, two-way communications, and maintaining relationship even during that disagreement.
Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate you taking the time to apply for this and sharing your thoughts with us. We're going to interview the rest of the candidates tonight, and then at the end of the evening, the council will make the decision on who moves on to the next round. But want to thank you. You can stay or go, but you'll find out either way. Thank you. Since our candidates are being quite efficient, I've asked my team to ask the next candidates if they're okay coming a few minutes early. So we'll have a little break now for you all to take notes, but I don't want to have too long of a gap. If we can make things move faster, I think we'll just not, if someone's not there we'll make sure they're here for the time. So just don't want to surprise anyone. So if you, Director Laird, if you get us just a couple of minutes, and then we can bring in the next candidate. Thanks.
Because you say it very clearly later. And I'm like, yeah, you're just probably just reading it.
Right here. Yeah, you did. No. Go ahead, have a seat right there. Yeah. Right next to that mic right there. Yeah, that one right there. Is the green light on? Okay, so when it gets settled, just push the button and then we'll start. Well, welcome. Thank you for applying for this position. I'm Mayor Bernie. I use she, her pronouns, and we'll have you introduce yourself, say your name and your pronouns, and then each council member will ask you a question. You will have 6 questions, and you'll have a total of 15 minutes to answer them all.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you. Well,
Good
please,
evening.
yeah, introduce yourself and please share your pronouns, and then we'll dive right in.
Hi, I'm Joanna Zemian Kim, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. And did you want me to give you a quick intro to me, or are we jumping right into the question?
Right into the question, so thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here. I'm Councilmember Vivek Prakriya, he, him pronouns. And the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
Well, I want to serve on the Redmond City Council because I feel that, first of all, it's a privilege to be able to serve in any capacity. And the reason I start with that is because I grew up in Chicago. My parents came from Poland. They left a communist regime. They lived in a world where you had no opportunity to share your opinion publicly, oftentimes not even privately, because it was an area of mistrust. And so they instilled in me that it's important to not take that for granted, to understand that having the opportunity to participate in a community, to share your thoughts, to have discourse is something that is very valuable and can be taken away at any time. And so for me, I'm at this point in my life where I can dedicate more time to the community, and that's the direction that I'm interested in broadening how I can help, what I can do for my neighbors and community members, especially a lot of the vulnerable community members who don't have people to speak for them, to be able to talk for everyone in our community and represent them in a way that they may not be represented. Some of the ways that I do that is, I've been the chair of the Redmond Library Board, and I'm also the president of our local PTSA for my son's school for the last couple of years. Prior to that, I was the FACE director and the fundraising chair for Redmond Toddler Group. And so in each of these capacities, I feel it's really important to build relationships and to connect with people and to listen to people, even if they completely disagree with you. It's really important to be able to let people know that they are heard. And I feel that that's something that I really work hard at, to build those relationships. It's some of the reasons why our school has had award-winning success the last few years that as our team has worked on with the parents and the community members, the revival of our cultural night, that is a huge hit now, to getting some of those parents who are not as involved in some of the other events. They feel like this is their event and they can come out. And it's exciting to be a part of that.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move to the next question. What knowledge, experiences, or perspective has prepared you to serve on the Redmond City Council?
Well, I'd say I have a pretty global perspective. I've lived and worked overseas. I speak 3 languages fluently, written and spoken. I've traveled to over 30 different countries, some with my husband and son, some before them. So I've had the opportunity to see
many different communities, many different cities, situations, and that has given me an opportunity to connect better with my students. I was a teacher for many years. I work as a substitute teacher at my son's school right now. Whenever they need someone to fill in, I pop in. You know, I was also a Title I curriculum specialist for many years in middle school and high schools in the Chicago area. So I've, you know, had the opportunity to, you know, we analyze a lot of data there. We make some really difficult choices about how to serve our students. We have some very challenging conversations with parents, community members, administration, the board. So I've had, you know, over 10 years of experience doing that. And also, you know, I grew up, you know, my parents came from another country. I spent a lot of my childhood figuring out systems for them, translating for them. I grew up in a building, everybody else was from another country, and we figured it out together. So I feel like I understand a lot of where many of our families come from and some of the challenges and struggles that they face. You know, I feel like we grew up in a one-bedroom apartment, and to see where we are today, it's just amazing. I worked through college, you know, and now I feel like I'm in the position where I can give back and really help, and that's started with like the PTA, with being on the library board that I love, and with other organizations in the community to support where I can.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kritzer. I use she, her pronouns. And the next question is, if you were appointed to the role, how would you go about getting up to speed and being prepared to jump in on the wide variety of policy issues that we work on?
Well, there's not a lot of time. Like, you got to get in this right away. So honestly, I'm going to ramp up as soon as I can. I'm going to call everyone I need to call. I'm going to talk to everyone I need to talk to. I'm going to reread all of the documentation. I'm going to ask a lot of questions, like, you know, from basic administrative stuff to policy questions, what's going on. I've reviewed the documentation online the last several months, the meeting minutes, the agendas. I've looked at the policies. I've looked at Redmond 2050. So I have a general idea of what's going on. But, you know, you just got to dive in and drink a lot of coffee and read a lot and really honestly I'm going to rely on you guys a lot and to give me some feedback and guidance on what to focus on and what to prioritize to jump right in.
I'm Council Member Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question, the Council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a Council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider our diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
I think, you know, meaningful engagement starts with meeting people in non-traditional civic spaces. And I think that a lot of people feel very intimidated and uncomfortable to come into this setting. And it's not that you guys are not welcoming by any means. It's just that it's a very formal setting, and if you have never experienced it, it feels like a barrier. And I think one of the ways is to expand our approach. Let's go to community centers. Let's go to schools. Let's go to cultural events at schools. Let's go to parks, to playgrounds, where people feel comfortable and they're in a setting where that barrier isn't there. They don't feel like, oh, I need to do X, Y, and Z just to be able to present myself to ask this question. And then I feel like when people are comfortable, then they're willing to tell you the truth. And then you can actually hear their feedback. Because at the end of the day, their thoughts and their opinions, they are going to express them, whether it's by voting or to their neighbors, and you want to hear what they have to say and make changes and incorporate their thoughts as soon as you can. And so I think finding ways to go to them as much as possible is my recommendation.
Thank you. I'm Councilmember Jessica Forsyth, she, her pronouns. From your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs that the council needs to take up, and what actions can the city take?
I'd say some of the most pressing issues that I see is affordability. And it's concerning for a lot of reasons. One, obviously, it's challenging for people to live here, and also for people who work here to live here. And that's a missed opportunity, because people, teachers, police officers, firefighters, our city staff, if they're working here, you want them to have the opportunity to feel that they can live here and contribute, because they're going to just give you more of their best, because this is their community as well. And I think that over time, if we don't address the affordability, if we don't have opportunities for new homes, for starter homes, for people who are just, beginning, and this is their first home with their partner and starting to build a family, if there isn't that opportunity here, I'm afraid that they're going to get to a point where in the Bay Area, we have to drive 2 to 3 hours. And, when you have a tired firefighter, tired police officer, tired teacher, no one is being served well. The people who are making that kind of commute are, our community as well. So I think that's a big issue that we need to figure out. How can we make sure that we have enough housing for people at all different levels? The other thing, small businesses. I know we've got the World Cup. We're super excited about that next year. How are we going to get the small businesses to make the most out of it? How are we going to find ways for them to start here, to build here, to continue? We know that the rents are very expensive, and there's a huge barrier to entry. So your local artist, how are we going to figure out ways to give them opportunities to be here so that we can have the diversity of our community, and all of the people who create things, and have them have the opportunity to be here. I mean, all of us, my neighbors, me, we are so excited when there's a new coffee shop, when there's a new restaurant, when there's a pop-up. We're like, yes, please, more. But we need to figure out how we can support them so they can start and stay here.
Thank you. My name is Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
I think the first thing to that would be to make sure that you have a respectful environment, that you find a way to have conversations, to disagree with each other in a respectful manner. Keep in mind, I taught middle school and high school kids for a long time. And we were always trying to figure out how to teach them to share their thoughts and their frustrations in a respectful manner. So I have dealt with all varieties of complaints and criticisms and things like that, and debates. And so being in an environment with adults, I feel like you're already in a respectful spot. And I think that's really the key, is to start with respect. And then I think the next thing is to actually really listen to each other. I think one of the problems in our society today is that we are just too polarized, and we've forgotten how so much of our opinions are based on the same thing. We all want to live in a safe community. We all want to make sure that, our partners, our kids, our family members, everyone's safe, and they go to good schools, and they have opportunities to pursue whatever they like to in the future. We all want the same things. And I think a lot of times we lose sight of that. And I think what we need to do is focus on what unites us and remind ourselves of that. So that way, when we get to those details, we can get back to that goal and figure out what is the compromise we can do to reach the same goal and to give each person a little bit of what they want, if it's possible.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Those were the 6 questions. We really appreciate you taking the time tonight to spend it with us. We are going to interview the rest of the candidates, and by the end of the evening, we'll make a decision. The council will make a decision on who to put forward. You are welcome to stay or welcome to go home, but we'll make sure you find out either way.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Appreciate it. You too. Thank you.
Hard to vote.
We'll bring in the next one a little bit early, so they'll be here at about 7:15. Yeah, just a little early. Yeah, about 10 minutes early. Yeah, I know. Right. Well, I know, but it's, Hello. Hello. Yeah, we'll let you get settled, and then we'll dive right in. Is the light on? Yeah, great. Hi, I'm Mary Angela Burney, she, her pronouns. We're going to have you just share your name and your pronouns, and then each council member will ask you a question. So it's the 6 total questions we gave you. You'll have a total of 15 minutes to answer all of them.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll dive right in. So if you could...
How's the sound?
Sounds good. Share your name and your pronouns, and we'll dive right in.
All right, good evening, council members and Mayor Burney, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is MJ Cripps. It's pronounced like there's no E. And my preferred pronouns are she and her. And I want to thank you for your time tonight and for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself.
Thank you for being here. I'm Councilmember Vivek Prakriya, he, him pronouns. And the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
That is a really good question. Thank you, Councilman Prakriya. I've been here in Redmond for more than 30 years, and I plan to live here for the rest of my life, which should be at least 30 more years since I'm only 62. I have a lot of relevant skills that I've obtained in a long career. I love this city. I love Redmond. And I think it's time for me to give back to Redmond in a bigger way than I have before. I want to help steward our city through this next major phase of growth so that it remains sustainable, welcoming, and livable for everyone. If I'm appointed to this role, my approach will be informed by our shared vision and really grounded in the Redmond 2020 plan, our measurable outcomes, and data. The way that I work is collaborative. I come prepared, I listen carefully, I ask clear questions, and I connect each decision back to the measurable outcomes that we've committed to. I see this role as being a good teammate, being prepared, being respectful, actively participating in all of the Tuesday meetings, and serving in regional commissions and joining Redmond community events, working really hard on behalf of our residents and our local businesses.
Thank you so much. My name is Council President Melissa Stewart. My pronouns are she, her. Thank you for being with us. The next question is, what knowledge, experiences, or perspectives have uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
Thank you, Council President Stewart. Really, three things have uniquely prepared me for this role. First, I have decades of lived experience in Redmond. I moved here in 1988 as a graduate, fresh out of grad school in the Midwest, and I joined Eddie Bauer's corporate marketing department when they were located on Northeast 36th Street on what is now the Microsoft campus. A year later, I bought a small house in the Grass Lawn neighborhood, and I still live there. I've been part of Redmond's evolution from a small suburb with a feed store in the downtown to an emerging and vibrant city. Because of this long tenure, I really have a long-term perspective on how planning decisions actually affect people over time. And as a recent retiree, I also bring the perspective of Redmond's growing senior community. Second, I have more than 20 years of governance experience on nonprofit and neighborhood boards, making policy and budget decisions, recruiting and training board members, and managing conflict in a kind and transparent and accountable way. Plus, direct work on Redmond 2050, Redmond 2040, and budgeting by priorities, the arts and parks planning, and I led 2 neighborhood grant projects in the past. So I already understand our plans, our processes, and community expectations and how to engage people. I'm proud that my name is on the front part of the Redmond 2050 plan. Third, I've gained over 30 years of experience as an executive and a consultant leading large organizations through complex change, managing budgets, making trade-offs, writing and delivering executive communications, leading equity and inclusion initiatives, and making many data-driven decisions, all of which I believe map closely to the scale and complexity of city issues.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kritzer. I use she, her pronouns. Thank you so much for being here. The next question is, if you were appointed to this role, how would you go about getting up to speed on the many different policy issues that the council works on?
Thank you, Councilmember Kritzer. Quickly getting up to speed has been a required part of my work as a consultant and leader, so that's nothing new. If I'm appointed, first, I will anchor myself in the council's current work. I will continue to systematically review Redmond 2050, the Community Strategic Plan, our biennial budget and capital investment program, the council rules of procedure, and current and recent staff reports. I believe that this level of immersion is essential to being able to contribute from day one. Second, in parallel, I will meet with each council member, the mayor, and department leaders and commission chairs to understand current priorities and expectations and upcoming decisions. My goal will be to understand where alignment and trade-offs exist. And third, In addition to attending every Tuesday's Committee of the Whole, business meeting, and study session, I will continue to review minutes and recent recordings to quickly learn the history behind active topics. Finally, I will stay closely connected to community experience. I will spend time in city facilities and across neighborhoods to keep resident and business perspectives front and center at mind. Together, I think that this approach allows me to be prepared, collaborative, and effective right away. And I just wanted to share a recent story. Last Thursday, I joined my first ever senior lunch at the Senior and Community Center. Really fun. I spent time speaking with Jan and Joan and Marilyn and Chris, and they told me all about what they love about the new community and senior center and what they hope for in the future. So that's the kind of engagement I plan to continue in the future.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question: the council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
Hello, thank you, Councilmember Soni. For me, equity and inclusion start with the people whose lived experience should inform decisions. If appointed, I will prioritize meeting people where they are, attending neighborhood events, cultural gatherings, and community-based meetings, listening to people, having fun with them, and then bringing what I learned back to the council. I will use an equity and inclusion lens to look at who is most impacted, who is underrepresented and why, and how we can reduce barriers like accessibility, maybe language, time, childcare availability, or technology. I was really glad to see the council conversations taking place in neighborhoods. And also, I've been so impressed over the years at all the online tools and surveys and stakeholder roundtables. I think these all bring a much wider range of voices into the process before voting takes place. In addition, because I'm retired and I have abundant time and energy to put into this, and I have the flexibility to be even more present in the community, if I'm appointed and my fellow council members agree, I envision going around the city, maybe setting up a few chairs and a sign that says, "Chat with a council member," and just engaging with people wherever they are. That's my idea of accessibility, meeting people where they are in informal and really welcoming settings. Especially people who might never want to come to City Hall or might be just really afraid to speak up at a council meeting. I will take those conversations seriously and reflect on what I'm hearing and bring those perspectives back to council discussions so they help inform our decisions.
Thank you. I'm Councilmember Jessica Forsyth.
Hello.
She, her pronouns. From your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions can the city take?
Hello, Councilmember Forsyth. Thanks for that question. From my perspective, the key needs are adding more diverse and affordable housing, safely moving people around the city as our population and jobs grow, addressing climate and environmental sustainability, and maintaining a strong sense of belonging and safety for everybody. The city can act by fully implementing Redmond 2050's centers, corridors, and neighborhood strategy to create an inclusive mix of housing types and price points and neighborhoods where residents can meet their basic needs close to home. We can also align our transportation investments with light rail, walking and biking and rolling so that people can safely get around the city. We can continue to fund and track progress on our environmental sustainability action plan so our children and our grandchildren inherit a healthy place to live. And we can invest in spaces, programs, and partnerships that build community and support all generations and include historically underserved populations so that everyone knows they belong in our community. When I participated in the 2040 and 2050 plans, I was so impressed by the mindful and future-focused planning to balance growth and sustainability. And more recently, as I've learned about the Plymouth Supportive Housing Program for adults exiting homelessness, I celebrated the city's commitment to seeing that project through and putting our values into action. I want to be part of this good work now and in the future.
Hi, MJ. I'm Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camino.
Hello.
She, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
Thanks for that question. I think that's really important, and I've seen the need for the ability to do that in these council meetings. When opinions are strong and divided, my first step is to listen carefully to all sides, clarify the facts and trade-offs if they exist, and then ask what outcomes are we trying to achieve and who is most impacted. I'm personally comfortable saying where I stand and why, even if that disappoints some people. But I will always explain my reasoning in plain language and connect it back to what we're trying to accomplish together. I believe that civil discourse and thoughtful questioning are essential, especially when views differ, so that we can keep working relationships strong and collaborate together on the next issue that comes up. Finally, once a decision is made, I believe that it's important to support and represent the decision with integrity and professionalism, because that's what builds trust. So here's a quick story from my past work. I worked at HBO, and we had to make some really hard prioritization and staffing decisions during the pandemic. I personally disagreed with some of the decisions, but I committed to the final plan, which affected our whole international team. I knew that the right thing to do was to have an open forum after this announcement was made. Because my colleagues were reluctant, I was the single face of the senior leadership team to this international group of employees. In one meeting, I had more than 100 really unhappy people online with me. But afterward, a number of people thanked me for bringing a human face to a very difficult situation. So I know how to manage conflict with respect, compassion, and grace. I think that was the last question, right? So I just want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to serving this community in many ways in the coming years.
Well, thank you so much. We so appreciate you being here today and taking your time and being willing to vie for this position. We are going to interview the rest of the candidates tonight. You can stay and listen or listen from home, and the council will make a decision by the end of the evening on who moves forward. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Bernie and council members.
We'll start the next candidate at 7:35 or so. Yeah, Catherine is messaging me to tell me when they're coming in. We've been pretty close. Takes a little bit to walk from Bites Cafe.
Catherine, please thank your team. This is going really smoothly. We appreciate everyone's work tonight.
What we did? Oh. Mhm. It was me. I know. I've been turning it off and then forgetting. Go ahead and get organized, and then we'll, as soon as you're ready. Yeah, that one right there. Thank you. Oh, no, I got it. Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
All right, well, welcome. We are interviewing all the candidates tonight. Thank you for being here. I'm Mayor Angela Burney, she, her pronouns. I'm going to have you just share your name and your pronouns, and then the council members will each ask you the 6 questions. You'll have a total of 15 minutes to answer all of them. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Hank Margison. I go by he, I guess. He, him, whatever. Yeah.
Hi, and thank you for being here. I'm Council Member Vivek Prakriya. I use he, him pronouns. And the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
Well, first, I want to thank you for this opportunity. It's an honor to be sitting here with you all having a conversation. I'm humbled by the thought that I might be able to join you. Very briefly, I've lived in Redmond since April of 1993. I moved here from Bellevue with my wife, Patty, daughter Samantha, and son Eric. Before that, we lived in Texas at my last U.S. Air Force assignment. Served for 10 and a half years, active duty. We won the Cold War, so that's why I got out. After graduating from Washington State University, along the way, I picked up a master's degree in public administration from the University of Oklahoma. I helped a really dear friend run for council, and that's what got me involved in local government. He won, so I parlayed that into appointments at the Parks and Trails Commission and with a group that was giving feedback on Education Hill. And as my youngest was finishing high school, I decided to try and was elected to city council, where I served until 2020. The rest is in my resume. I feel my collaborative approach to problem solving would fit very well with the makeup of the new council. The city's direction continues to trend positively, which bodes well for the future. As an optimist, I'd like to help further the shared vision of the city as we deal with today's issues with an eye toward the future at all times. The entire city benefits from having diverse perspectives, serving in leadership roles, and there appears to be an opportunity for representation from someone like me. I also know what it takes to serve in council, and it takes patience to do this job the best way possible. I've shown that I can do that in the past, and I'm confident I can employ that as if it works out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Council President Melissa Stewart, and my pronouns are she, her. The next question is, what knowledge, experiences, or perspective has uniquely prepared you to serve on the council? Thanks.
Well, I've served on the city council in the past, and I know the skills it takes to be an effective representative for my city. I can collaborate with people from diverse backgrounds with a focus on shared goals. I can collaborate, my past performance showed that I can disagree with a fellow council member or anybody, honestly, on an issue without being disagreeable. We can always bring our own perspectives to things. It's important that council members understand who they served and also always put the community's interest over our own. I've demonstrated an ability to achieve that high standard. During my time since I've been away, I worked on the Boundary Review Board for King County, which required a lot of learning and a lot of patience, because we really didn't do a whole heck of a lot. It was a lot of discussion. I was also president of my baseball association. I'm an umpire in my spare time. And we went through a period where one of our customers couldn't pay us. And so we had to kind of figure out how to work through that and still keep the association from imploding. And as president of the association, it was a lot of effort, but we got through it. And I got through it by listening and participating with everybody involved.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kritzer. I use she, her pronouns. And the third question we have for you is, if you were appointed to the role, how would you go about getting up to speed and being prepared to jump in on the wide variety of policy issues that the council works on?
I've been reviewing past council meeting videos on issues that are slated for conversation, just to be familiar with what's been shared. I can also meet with staff and stakeholders to ensure that I have an abundance of information available to me when asked to render a decision. To that end, I attended the the January 6th Committee of the Whole meeting, since there were two topics on that agenda, the Gallagher contract amendment and the capital investment program, which I would need to be ready to take action on and or discuss at a future council meeting. My process for making decisions is a very deliberate process. Usually what I'll do is I'll review the issue through my lens of my beliefs and my background as I ponder what to do. I read and seek to understand the study material provided by staff and stakeholders. I will listen to staff, I'll listen to my peers, which would be you all, and to the public as we all discuss things and provide input. Then you weigh the outcomes, trying to look for any unintended consequences and then weigh that against the costs involved, whether they be actual costs or opportunity costs, and then make a decision and make a little brief explanation as to why I've made that decision. I'll finish with the process that the council uses when making policy decisions is outstanding, and it affords anyone, including a new council member, to get up to speed rather quickly. I could easily play catch-up on any issues that are carried over from last year, while also diving into the new and diverse and fun issues that are facing the council this year.
Thank you for all your answers so far. I'm Councilmember Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question is, the council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
Well, thank you. I believe it's important to get input from a variety of people, mostly because everyone should feel empowered to share their thoughts. It's important to meet folks where they are, and as a council member, my goal would be to be accessible across a spectrum of residents. I'm planning to establish office hours on a regular basis to facilitate conversations. I'll also be in the community, much like I was during my time on council in the past. We're at a place now in our country where actions speak louder than words. As community leaders, it's important for us to honor diverse perspectives as we make decisions and deliberate. I'm very supportive of adding diverse cultural events, much like the city's done over the past few years. By celebrating across the spectrum, we create a welcoming environment for many residents who hail from all over the parts of the globe, which is fantastic. And that's what makes Redmond better in so many ways. I use a few guiding principles. I usually try to follow those. First, do no harm, be nice, and have fun. It's really that simple. I believe that you need to be succinct, you need to be respectful and expect the same in return, and be prepared as a council member. As a parent of a child that's now grown with special needs, we lived the challenges of ensuring she had resources she needed to obtain an education and prepare for being an independent adult. I'd like to say it's all fine now, but she's still going through some challenges as an independent adult, and I've had to serve more of a support role as she's gotten on in age and allow her to use her advocacy skills. I'm here tonight because I believe that I could make a positive contribution to this council, and together we could achieve some really great things. I would definitely represent a segment of the community whose voices may be aging a little bit, but it's important that they accompany us on this journey. And I know that I can do it in a way that adds to the discussion, and I promise to be careful with my peers' time.
Thank you. I'm Councilmember Jessica Forsyth. From your perspective, she, her pronouns, From your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions could the city take?
There's really not in any particular order. Obviously, completing the light rail extension across Lake Washington is really important. Ensuring residents are safe in their homes and in the community and out in public. The cost of living is critical right now. The affordability of housing is challenging. And then that kind of impacts what we do from a budgetary standpoint, but I also look at capital construction. One thing big for me is maintenance, maintaining what we have, and ultimately it comes down to trust. There's a lot, as I mentioned before, there's a lot going on in our world that's causing friction. Seems like national leadership only listens to money. We can't do that. Our freedoms are under constant attack. As people in trust positions, we have to constantly and consistently focus on earning our community's trust every day. In my view, that's really all that, and it's really not that difficult to do. All we have to do is be honest. The one overarching need that we would need to take on is to ensure the city has enough revenue to provide the services that our residents are asking us for and they value. Fund limitations are nothing new, and they're not going anywhere. And given the restrictions how we generate revenue, we have to be very wise with how we spend money. It's expensive to live in Redmond, as I mentioned before, unless you decide to build an accessory dwelling unit like we did. It's challenging for younger adults to afford to live here and purchase their first home. I'd love to see us invest a lot in some workforce housing, or at least that first house, right? The first house from a young couple. So what can we do? The most important thing we can do is listen. That's whether that's at the grocery store, from the lectern, in calls and in emails, in conversations at events, or just in general. Basically anywhere and everywhere. We should be arming, we have a representative at the Sound Transit Board, we should be arming that person with very clear policy goals, ideas like improved fare collection, how to maintain the system, how to make sure it's reliable, and then obviously rider safety, which is paramount. As for the budget, capital construction and maintenance, they kind of all tie together because that's how because of how we prioritize our expenditures in the immediate future. City's going to have challenge itself to ensure the services we provide meet the needs of our residents. That's primary. But we also have to look out for the needs of a changing city. The city is evolving as we make decisions through the lens of that next generation and see if maybe they approve of things that we're doing. Kind of hard to do since they really aren't paying attention, but I do have an 8-year-old in my house that I pay attention to, and I've been watching him and how he reacts. I learned all about 6-7, so I got that one down. But also just to be in conversation with younger people and hearing what they're talking about and understanding where they're coming from. And that's the thing that I've been trying to do, and I'm going to continue to do, because he's providing input to me, but I also watch him interact with his peers and with his teachers, not every day with his teachers, but how I hear about his teachers, with his parents and with his other adults. And that's obviously what helps keep me acting in a young manner.
Hi, I'm Angie Nueva Camina, Council Vice President, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
Well, I think it's important to understand where folks are coming from so that I can see the issue through their eyes. While we may ultimately disagree on a policy issue, that doesn't mean we should be disagreeable, and I've mentioned that before. My goal is to have an open mind, which requires that I listen for understanding and with empathy when people are talking. I recall having conversations with some folks who were not supportive when the city was considering changing our zoning code to allow for retail cannabis. Conversations were respectful and honest, but we did disagree. And we did so with respect of each other's positions, and I understood where they were coming from, and I hope they understood where I was coming from. I think it's important that we understand why someone's coming up and talking to us, and try to, at the very least, if we can get a little bit of time with them, maybe outside the room, and hear from folks. Sometimes it's good to hear from that, get that perspective. And so I intend to do that. Again, I'm talking about having office hours so I can get perspectives from other folks throughout the community. I think it's a fantastic way of getting some feedback. And then when others are giving reports of conversations they've had with members of the public, I'm paying attention because I want to hear what's coming into them as well, because it really is coming into all of us. We just have a filter, a person responsible for responding to that. So I definitely intend to do that, should I get this role. And we're getting close to being done, so. There we go, sorry. So I know we're getting close to being done, so I just want to close by saying, expressing my gratitude for the opportunity to talk with you all this evening. I know firsthand how much work this takes. It's a long night, and I appreciate you for allowing us to share our thoughts as we talk with you tonight. There's some awesome candidates, I'm sure. And I'm very honored if it works out. I would be very honored to work alongside each and every one of you as we marshal our city into the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for applying. You are more than welcome to stay here or go home and listen. The council will make a decision by the end of the evening on who moves forward, and we will let everyone know. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are running a little bit early, so we're going to take a 10-ish minute break, and then we will start up again at 8 o'clock. And our candidates are all here, and they all know we're running a little early. Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute recess. And welcome back. We are on to our next interview. Good evening. I'm Mayor Angela Burney. I use she, her pronouns. I'm going to have you just introduce yourself and say your pronouns. And then the council members will ask you the questions, the 6 questions you've had before you. You will have 15 minutes total to answer them. So please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Burney. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Laura Mousseau. My pronouns are she, her.
Sorry, thank you for being here. I'm Council Member Vivek Prakriya, he, him pronouns. And the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision successful service?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think civic engagement is one of the most important obligations that we share as community members. I've been serving on the board of an independent school on Mercer Island for the last 14 years, and my term is reaching its term limit in June 2026. And so I'm looking to take those skills that I have gained in nonprofit governance there to a different audience and to a different level, and looking for broader opportunities to expand. I have appreciated the view on governance and collaborative discussion and deliberation that goes on in a board at a nonprofit, and would hope to build on that. In terms of my approach to a successful service, I think it's important to be data-driven, important to listen, hear, and reflect, and to consider the perspectives of others, because I think diversity is an important factor, not just in traditional senses, but also in our thought processes.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. My name is Councilmember Melissa Stewart, and I use she, her pronouns. The next question is, what knowledge, experiences, or perspectives have uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
Yeah, so I think my service on the French American School Board has really guided my experiences here. One of the projects that we managed when I was board chair before the pandemic was purchasing land and tried to work to find a zoning solution that was in line with the comprehensive plan with Mercer Island at the time. Worked very closely with Salim Neese, who was mayor at the time, City Council, the Planning Commission, and also the city. Unfortunately, with the start of the pandemic, resources had to be diverted to other priorities, and so we were not successful in pursuing that, but it gave me a great opportunity to view like the interaction and business that, the way that a city council can conduct its business. Yeah, and so additionally, in my current role, I'm a chief of staff at Microsoft, and that is a little bit looking at new problems every single day, finding solutions, helping team members work together cohesively and collaboratively. We certainly don't have consensus every day, and that's okay. We find ways to move forward anyway. And I think that has also given me a skill set that would be transferable to council service.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kritzer. I use she, her pronouns. And the next question is, if appointed to the role, how would you envision getting up to speed on the wide variety of policy issues that the council's working on?
Yeah, I love this question because I love to dive into things. So I've already subscribed to many of the news channels and feeds that one can at the city. So it's interesting to see all the rich resources that are available online. But certainly in terms of like budgetary responsibilities, I would look at current budget, future fiscal plans, the comprehensive plan. I don't know if there's a year-over-year budget view that exists, but also looking at the operational relationships between mayor and city council and how that works at the city. I think there are lots of resources on the website to go through, and I would plan to leverage all of those and look to those. Additionally, I would respectfully request time with each of council members to try to get to know my future colleagues and understand perspectives individually.
I'm Council Member Minka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question, the Council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a Council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
I think diversity is a really important part of any community. Certainly at the French American School, it's part of the secret sauce of that community. So in terms of approaching diversity and inclusivity and engaging with the community, I did write a few notes. I would think about modeling that behavior every day as a council member. I think that's incredibly important. I would think about going where our constituents already are, thinking about like faith-based activities, schools, senior centers, and things like this to get boots on the ground and listen firsthand and have those interactions. I would think about low barriers and feedback channels that are easy for people to engage in, and then also proactively including like underrepresented voices. This is something that with Microsoft and our approach to culture and corporate culture, there is a lot that we spend focusing on or can be focused on being inclusive, and certainly during the pandemic, making sure all voices were heard. And that was very much an area that resonated with me in terms of helping those underrepresented voices or people who didn't feel comfortable that they could speak up, feeling like they could have a channel to go ahead and speak up. And then finally, having a feedback loop so that you close that loop and let people know that they have been heard.
Hello, I'm Councilmember Jessica Forsyth, she, her pronouns. From your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions can the city take?
Yeah, so I think sustainability, environmental sustainability, and planning. I think guarding our precious resources is one of the most important jobs that local government can have, and stewarding those and making sure that they are used responsibly, right? In terms of planning, it's likely that we are looking at growth, over the next several years, let's hope, right? And how we go about that from a responsible perspective, thinking about those environmental impacts, traffic, how we include an even larger and more diverse community going forward.
Hi, I'm Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
Yeah, I would draw on my experience from the French American School Board, where we are consensus-driven, but not consensus-required. It's nice if we can get to consensus, but we don't always get to consensus, and that's okay. I think it's important to, again, be data-driven, to listen, hear, and reflect, and consider the perspectives of others. A lot of times, if we can stop thinking about what it is that we would like to have as a goal, step back and think about desired outcomes, and look at the conversation or the topic from someone else's perspective, it can give us a different way of thinking about that problem solving. And whatever conclusion we come to, we have to come together as a council and own that decision like it was our very own idea, and take that forward with a public voice.
Well, thank you so much. Those were the 6 questions. We really appreciate you offering the opportunity to interview you tonight. You may stay or go home and listen in. By the end of the evening, the council will have made their decision and to decide who moves forward. But we really thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. It was an honor to meet you all.
Thank you. Our next candidate is scheduled for 8:30. But our times are all interesting right now. So I'm going to have them go get them in just a couple of minutes. So we'll start at probably about 8:13 or so. The cookie. Please. Is the light green?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll let you get settled a moment, and then we'll start on up. Great, thank you. I'm Mayor Angela Burney, she, her pronouns. It's so wonderful to have you here tonight. We are going to give you 15 minutes. I'm going to ask you just to introduce yourself and say your pronouns, and then we're going to dive into the questions from the council, which you have. And each council member will ask a question and introduce themselves. And I'll start a timer. So,
Sounds great. Hi, my name is Saina Parsi. My pronouns are she, her, and I currently serve on the Parks and Trails Commission.
Thank you for being here. I'm Councilmember Vivek Prakriya. I use he, him pronouns. And the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I moved to Redmond because of work, and I fell in love with it. I fell in love because of the natural world. I fell in love because the city was an interface to beautiful lakes and eagles and amazing natural world that I really admire. I also love the city because it's a safe place that I feel like I can walk safely at nights, and it is a city that I decided to get more involved in because I cared about it. So I got involved a few years ago through restoration work for a stormwater pond. I worked with Tom Hardy from Public Works Department, and I just saw how much they cared about the job. And I worked with folks at the library to create a pollinator garden outside, and I again saw how much the library staff cared about the city. I worked with Parks and Trails Commission, and I saw how much everyone in the staff, Lindsay, Cindy, everyone I worked with, Erica, they deeply cared, and I really wanted to join because I wanted to support the amazing staff that we have, and I wanted to make sure that I empower them with clear direction, with stable, reliable budget, and with tools and technology that they need to support them to do their job well and serve the city. So that's why I wanted to join.
Thank you so much for sharing. The next question, I'm Council Member Melissa Stewart, and my pronouns are she, her. And our second question for you is, what knowledge, experiences, or perspective has uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I bring strategic execution experience from leading large teams at Oracle, Microsoft. I bring a community organizing experience from leading hundreds of events and organizing hundreds of events for many of our residents, including the city council that I took on a birding walk. I serve on our Parks, Trails, and Recreation Commission, where I get to work with our city, and I learned so much about how our city planning budget works, so familiarity with the city. I have been working with our immigrant communities. In 2021, when we had immigrants from Afghanistan, I helped take them to immigration interviews. I helped them prepare, and and that gave me a chance to see the city from their eyes. I have also worked deeply with environmental nonprofits like Washington Native Plant Society, Eastside Audubon, many of them. And then lastly, but last not by least, I worked with a lot of our state representatives on many issues like mass layoffs, which also impacted our city and residents significantly, and worked with them to pass bills for supporting people during mass layoffs. So the bottom line is that I have experience working with immigrant, diverse communities as an immigrant myself as well. And I have experience working with our city staff. I'm familiar with our planning process, and I have shown commitment to our city in multiple years of experience.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kritzer. I use she, her pronouns. And the next question is, if you were appointed to the council, how would you go about getting up to speed and being prepared to jump in on the wide variety of policy issues that we work on?
Thank you for the question. So I think there is 3 or 4 phases in my approach. One is before deciding and making the decision to join, I prepared by listening to our meetings, and I read our budget plans and other CSP plan and Redmond 2050 and so many more. So that's how I familiarize myself with priorities to make sure that there is good continuity happening in the city council. I seeked advisors like folks who serve on school boards and past city managers. So I made sure that I come prepared with pillars in every critical area. After I join, immediately after, I plan to meet with everyone on the council to make sure that I learn from their experiences, all of you. I plan to meet with city staff to make sure that I understand their pain points and priorities. I plan to meet with critical groups, advocacy groups, and small businesses and other critical members of our city, and also meet with the commissions to make sure that I understand their priorities and concerns. And then afterwards, I plan to, shortly after, depending on the committees that I will be involved in, I will take classes to make sure that I bring in subject matter expertise. I will connect with regional partners that, because City of Redmond aspires to lead regionally and nationally. So I will make sure that we have strong partnerships. And I will work with experts to make sure that in every area of every critical area, I bring in expert knowledge. And then finally, for maintenance and long-term, I really look up to Councilmember Stewart and the office hours that you have an open door policy that you provide for everyone. And I aspire to continue that approach and provide an opportunity to listen to all diverse voices and make space for everyone and continue to be engaged with the city in volunteer events and all the events that we provide.
I'm Council Member Minka Soni and pronounced she, her. My question. The Council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a Council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
Thank you so much for the question. So as an immigrant myself, something that stood out to me about America was something that I think can be reflected in the game of football. And in the game of football, there is a winner and a loser. And if you're not a winner, you're a loser. And that is something that oftentimes I've seen media represent and amplify. And I think that is not a place that politics should reflect, and policy, especially for local policy with city council, where it impacts water quality for all residents, where it impacts safety, where it impacts transportation and accessibility. So I think it's really important to be able to have a space that is safe and all voices are heard, and to remember that we are members of one team, and one person does not come with, presenting one idea. It's not my idea versus your idea. It's not my group versus your group. We're one team, and our goal is to do what is best for the people of Redmond.
Thank you. I'm Jessica Forsyth, a council member, she, her pronouns. From your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions can the city take?
Thank you for the question. I think one of the most critical areas is reflected in our CSP plan, which is affordable housing, which is deeply connected and intertwined with housing affordability and availability. And that is a critical area. I know that our CSP plan was created through many years of investigation and data-driven decision-making, and it took account for so many priorities of our city. We have continued to hear this as a priority from our residents. So I think this is remaining to be a priority for me as well. Other pressing issues is that, this is a pressing issue also because it's a mandate from King County, and we have to continue with improved housing, especially as we have a growth in population. And with growth of population growth, we also have other priorities that we should pay attention to, like balance in infrastructure, light rail, and safety that come hand in hand with population growth. So these are critical areas for me. Also, personally, I deeply care about environment. And I know that is also a priority in our for the city, and stewardship is a value, and that is something that deeply resonates with me. So I will take everything with a balance of stewardship in mind.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
Thank you for the question. So when it comes to making difficult decisions, it is really important for me to first approach this with an understanding that, and with the assumption that everyone is here and they have the best intent. So first step is assuming good intent for me. Then the next step that is critical for me is listening and making sure that I have a good, not just me, but everyone has a good understanding of what matters to everyone. And I think once people feel heard, they are far more likely to pursue outcomes that are successful as a group. When it comes to making decisions on the outcome, I will make sure that the outcome is balanced, is aligned with the plans of our city and with our with the priorities of our city, in line with our budget, and make sure that the outcome is aligned with the vision and values of our city. So that is kind of my approach to making sure that we manage conflict. And I understand that conflict is something that will arise at times, and it's critical to make sure that we engage with it respectfully. We hear all the voices, and again, I think I go back to the football example, that we are one team ultimately, and we're making a decision that is best for the city, and ultimately whatever decision we land on, I hope that is better than any single person could envision it. So it's the voice of the collective, and we can do what is best for the people.
Well, thank you so much. Those were the 6 questions. We really appreciate you taking your time and applying for this. Council is going to finish up the interviews, and then by the end of the evening, have the people they're going to put forward for a second interview. You are welcome to stay or not, but we'll make sure you are informed at the end of the evening.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. We'll give you a couple of minutes, and then we'll bring the next candidate out.
Thankfully, it highlights them, and you can just go back and fix it. Oh, there's one. Thank you. Yeah. You did, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I still need to change my signature. You have to do it online, though. And
Hey, welcome. Yeah, right here. Make sure the green light is on. Give you a moment to set yourself up. All right. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening. I'm Mayor Angela Burney. I use she, her pronouns. I can't, it's getting late too. I'm just going to have you introduce yourself and say your pronouns, and then the council is going to ask you the 6 questions we've given you. You have a total of 15 minutes for all of that. We'll just dive right in.
Right, thank you. My name is Adam Powell, he, him.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for being here. I'm Councilmember Vivek Prakriya. I use he, him pronouns. And the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
Well, it's going to be slightly embarrassing. One of the reasons why I want to serve on the council is that I watch these meetings week after week for years. And so you like a little bit of like local celebrities once in a while, have the opportunity to be part of this city council would be an honor. Like you've heard before, many of us here have been longtime residents of the city, and I am no different. I've been here since 1986. I'm a child of Horace Mann Elementary, Redmond Junior High when it was a thing, and a proud Mustang. And I've met my wife here in Redmond. We live here on Education Hill, raised our boys here. I've gone running with my boys on these streets, and I dine at the local UBAs and all those things. And I want to make sure that small businesses and this community continues to be a place where I love to live, and to have it be a place where other families want to raise their children.
Thank you so much. My name is Council President Melissa Stewart, and my pronouns are she, her. The second question we have for you today is, what knowledge, experiences, or perspectives have uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
Yeah, I've had some experience with rules of working on a council. I currently serve on the Civil Service Commissioner for the City of Redmond. And as a matter of fact, my timeline or period is about to expire. So I need to make a decision if I'm going to extend that or if I would be taking a chair here. But I've enjoyed my service in the civil service, having the opportunity to meet other individuals within the city and even take on a little bit of challenging issues. At the civil service, you have opportunities for those that would come in front of you, firefighters, police officers, that might have a disagreement with a testing score or a process, and trying to find a equitable and proper way to resolve that, knowing that you're making a large impact. I have participated in city business meetings, like I mentioned before. I listen to them, I watch them. My wife does not understand it. If I miss on Tuesday, why on a Wednesday morning I'm playing at 1.25 speed, just to stay informed of what is going on, and watching all of your personalities, and even sometimes studying eye movements and quirks. It's kind of interesting watching. And I know that I would be on the same pedestal if I was to be on the dais. I also currently serve on councils in my private life. In my church community, I serve on councils for the youth and for adults, building youth camps for the summer, as well as this local events with my church here in the city, providing service projects, sometimes teaming up with the city, or perhaps calling the local cemetery in Redmond to clean headstone, things like that, to stay involved and to teach our youth to be civic-minded and involved in the community as well. Last, I wrote down that I want to share with you that my friends and family are here. I mentioned that my wife is from Redmond. My father-in-law used to be a dentist here in Redmond until he retired. They're still here in Redmond. They're retiring here. They have a deposit down in Emerald Heights. They're all the things that make me passionate to make this a place where I want to live. And I feel those things are make me qualified to serve.
Well, thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kretzer. I use she, her pronouns. The next question that we have for you is, if you were appointed to the role, how would you get up to speed and get prepared to jump in on a wide variety of policy issues that we're working on?
And sounding very repetitive, I feel like I'm getting there by watching and listening over the many years and reading the materials, even the city planning meetings that occur, and listening to the thoughts that are being done, about the heights of our buildings, the amount of parking spaces we want to have or not have, and various issues like that are before us. Even our most recent thing coming up, I think there's going to be some more further conversation about noise ordinances in the city of Redmond. And I think that is an interesting topic as well to get resolved for our citizens. Redmond.gov is a place I visit and frequent. And I think others, if they don't know already, they can get alerts and messages sent to their cell phone regarding certain topics and things that are always going on. As I mentioned earlier, serving as a commissioner, don't have a perfect knowledge of it, but again, familiar with Robert's rules and things like that to make sure that I protect not only myself, but also all of us and when we are making decisions and how we go about it.
Thank you for your answers so far. I'm Council Member Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. So the question is, the council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
Councilmember Soni, I know this is important to you because they gave you the choice to choose first, and you chose this question. So I know you have passion about this as well. So that caught my attention. I want to aspire to be more available for the community. I think it's, President Stewart has these open, she talks about them, they're available. I've never taken advantage of it. I don't know why. But I think about, what are ways that it can be just like that, or find ways that can be not different, but outside. It's for somebody else like myself that might have a different type of availability or want to communicate with the council member a different way. Those are ideas that I don't know I'll come about myself. But I believe if I ask the community, family, and friends, that there's other ways that we can take the strength of President Stewart, for example, and perhaps what Councilmember Forsyth might do, and all of us have different angles and perspectives. So I'm still working on that and what I would do, but there's some good examples in the room of what's already happening. I would continue to go to community events to make sure that I have a pulse on what's happening in the community and stay active in speaking with community leaders and business leaders as well. I wrote down, it's nearly impossible to have that type of perspective I think a council member should have without spending time with others and the people in the community.
Thank you. I'm Councilmember Jessica Forsyth, she, her pronouns. From your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions can the city take?
I certainly wish I had more than 2 minutes on this one. There's a few. I'll just choose a few here. Safety, I think, is one, is important. As we grow as a city, we introduce more people. As light rail gets connected to Seattle, we introduce more availability to the east side and to the city of Redmond. As we continue to build, our streets become more crowded, and even car accidents and things like that can become higher. More people on the roads, whether they're walking, biking, or driving, is something that needs to be looked at. And so I think safety is a high priority, and one that if I look at the charting of safety, I think it's a growing concern, though it's not the #1 concern of our residents. But it is one that is certainly, I think, needs to be looked at when you look at the trends. The solution is to, again, monitor those trends and look at them, and then based upon what the trends are telling you, to respond proactively. not just put a Band-Aid on the current issue that's happening, but to look down the road saying, well, if this is happening, what could possibly happen next, and prepare for that. And so instead of being ambulance chasers, that we're building fences in the right places, in the right areas for our residents. I packaged this one into traffic, parking, and roads. If I was to go back and look what I feel like our roads were like 15 years ago and what they are like today, I'm disappointed. I don't know how many of our roads have become in the condition that they're in. And so I don't know, because I'm not in the day-to-day in the city council or with the other city officials, as to where the priorities exactly lie, where the budgets are being spent, or what city roads quality of what's deemed acceptable and what's not deemed acceptable. It may be a knowing issue as a resident of the city, and that might be helpful to share that with others of what that looks like. I know we're currently getting a speed study, either it's started or it's going, and that should be interesting to help out with these areas of concern. Last, with amount of time, is mental health. In our city, I think is something that needs to continue to be looked at, and that hits home close to my household. And I know there's a lot of grant applications that are out there. The city of Redmond's been, I think, good about applying for them. I don't know if they've been great about it, because I don't know about how many are available that we're not even taking time to look at. And then community partnerships, and looking about how we are handling co-responders with our police departments and so forth in these type of mental health situations.
Great, thank you. Hi, I'm Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
Yeah, I would approach it the same way that I would want to be approached. In my workplace and church, at home life, there are disagreements. There are conflicts. And I would imagine that the seven of us, if we serve together, that I would hope there would be a little bit of friction now and then, not on purpose, but simply because we all come from a different area of background and the way that we live our lives and what's impacted us, we are going to see the world differently. And to be well-rounded is that we can talk about those things in a very even tones and no accusations, no name-calling, things like that, but to work through those disagreements. And also there's going to come the time when that phrase comes out that we're going to have just to agree to disagree. We'll see things differently, but it still can be handled in a proper manner. And so I would approach those situations with patience, with kindness, and time. I've learned in my life that generally if there's something I disagree with quickly, there would be an email or a comment, that the best thing to do is nothing. Meaning just take a deep breath, count to 10, let a few hours go by. Or maybe write something out but don't send it, then come back and revisit it later on, and then you'll feel differently about it. I think those are all healthy ways to approach difficult situations, and areas that would cause potential conflict can be easily resolved with the kindness and time.
Well, thank you so much. Those are the 6 questions. We really appreciate you taking the time this evening and applying. We are going to finish up the final candidates, and the council will make a decision this evening, and you can stay if you'd like, or go watch at home. Exactly. You know the drill. Thank you so much. Once again, we'll pause for probably 2 minutes or so, and they'll bring the next candidate in. Give you a moment to get situated. Yep, are you good? Yes. Okay, great. Well, welcome this evening. I'm Mayor Angela Burney. I use she, her pronouns. We are going to have you just introduce yourself, say your name, say your pronouns, and then the council will ask the 6 questions. You'll have a total of 15 minutes to answer all of them. So please introduce yourself and share your pronouns, and we'll dive in.
Good evening, Mayor Burney and council. My name is Carrie Scottkin, and I use she, her pronouns.
Good evening, and thank you for being here. I'm Councilmember Vivek Prakriya. I use he, him pronouns. And the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
Thank you, Councilmember Prakriya. I want to serve on this council because I have a lot of experience with community service, and I really do feel that I have lived in Redmond for 20 years, and I just feel this really deep need to serve the community. I have, in my past, I have served the community over many different ways, and I just feel that that's a natural extension to doing that a little bit further. I do feel that local governance is really important. I feel that that is a really incredible way to affect your community. And I feel that I'm in a place in my life where I feel like I can make that commitment, and I have the experience to do so. I feel that my approach would be to do a lot of communication, local communication with the community. There's going to be a lot of conversations happening with the community, a lot of listening, and especially a lot of meetings with all of you.
Thank you so much. My name is Council President Melissa Stewart, and my pronouns are she, her. The next question we have for you tonight is, what knowledge, experiences, or perspectives have uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
Thank you, Councilmember Stewart. I have a unique perspective in that I have a lot of professional experience. I have worked in architecture for the last 15 or so, 10 years actually. I've managed multi-million-dollar budgets. I've managed complex projects. I've worked directly in Redmond for major top tech organizations like Microsoft and Amazon. So I have been in this community, working in this community, and doing major projects in this community. So I can manage complex projects. I can manage huge budgets. I have that experience. I also have community-centered experience. I am currently on the commission for the Arts and Culture Commission. I have served since 2021, and I have previously been the chairperson for the Arts and Culture Commission. In addition to that, I have been previously the PTA president for Norman Rockwell Elementary. So I have clearly been a leader within the community. I feel that I have a natural affinity to be a leader, and I would say that my community has quickly identified me as a leader. I feel like I'm confident and very, I would say, easy to talk to. I'm a person that can really identify and communicate easily with people, with all kinds of people. So I feel like people are very comfortable with me, and I feel like I'm also confident and comfortable in a lot of leadership positions. And so I feel like people identify with me in that situation.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kritzer. I use she, her pronouns. The next question is, if you were appointed to the role, how would you go about getting up to speed and being prepared to jump in on the wide variety of policy issues that we're working on?
Thank you, Ms. Kritzer. I have been preparing for this role in that I have been reading all of the materials online. I have been doing sort of my own onboarding, looking at previous council member meetings. I have been reading through the agendas, reading through staff reports, reviewing Redmond 2050. And I think onboarding is going to be an interesting challenge, but something that I'm not afraid to do. I'm a person that can drink from the fire hose. I think being an organized person that has a roadmap that enables me to look at policies, be able to identify what's the priorities, being able to talk to people, talk to commissioners, talk to people and understand where the priorities are and what I need to prioritize, and where we are with policies and decisions, and what those priorities would be. That's where I would start. I think also ensuring that I meet with all of you individually to learn from all of you. Like I would have to learn, how to go about doing this job, doing it well. I would have to meet one-on-one with you and learn from you and your experience.
I'm Council Member Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question is, the Council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a Council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
I think that promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think that the most important part of that is communication. I think that being transparent and being communicative and meeting people where they are, especially underserved communities, is the most important. I think one issue that we have with the city of Redmond is getting communication out. I feel like there's a challenge with that, and I feel like being able to meet those underserved communities and how they can communicate, or how we can do some outreach to them, that would be the most important way that I would be able to communicate with them. Like, is it going directly to schools, going directly to those communities, the senior center? Is it outreach via social media? Is it going to the teen center? Figuring out those ways that you would reach those communities and communicating directly with them, I think those are the most important things. I feel that looking at the communication plan with the city of Redmond and figuring out how to reach more people, that's, I think, really, really important right now.
Thank you. I am Jessica Forsyth, council member, she, her pronouns. From your perspective, what is the most pressing needs for the council to take on, and what actions could the city take?
I'm sure you've heard from probably everyone that housing is really, really important, affordable housing. I am currently a real estate agent, so I work within the local communities. I talk to residents every day. I talk to residents that don't live in Redmond because Redmond is unaffordable. I talk to my young adult children who feel like they can't live in Redmond because they feel like they can't ever get a job that can afford them for them to live in Redmond. So my goal is really to focus on affordable housing. How can we extend, how can we make it easier for new developments to happen? How can we extend zoning or permitting to make it easier for new developments to happen? How can we encourage people to build ADUs or DADUs to create some density with our existing land? You know, we can't grow any more land. We're between mountains and the sound. There's not that much more land here. So how can we use what we have and create more density here and make it affordable for people to live here? So I think that's number one, and we have to also pair that with economic viability. You know, making Redmond a really good place for small businesses, like a viable place for small businesses, I think is really, really important. I think that if small businesses can thrive here, and then we have affordable housing, we have a place where communities can thrive. if we have a place where we have these small businesses, it kind of creates the soul of Redmond, where communities can gather, where people can gather. There's this third place that happens where people want to be, you know? I feel like where you have communities, you'll have art, you'll have, it's like the heart and soul of Redmond. So I feel like we kind of need both.
Hi, I'm Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
I think that debate is considered positive when you're looking for the truth or a solution. And so I am not afraid of debate. I'm not afraid of differences. I think that there's a lot of value in having differences of opinion. And as long as we're looking for a common solution or we're looking to solve a problem, then there shouldn't be an issue with having a difference of opinion. We just have to be respectful. We have to know that we're looking for a common goal, and we have to all understand that we have the city, the residents of the city of Redmond, who we're advocating for. So as long as we're coming from a place of good intention, as long as we're listening to each other and we're respectful, I have, no problem having a different opinion as someone else. And I feel like we all can come together and have that as in our forefront of our mind, that we are coming together for the greater good of this community. And that's what is the most important thing.
Well, thank you. Those were the 6 questions. We so appreciate you being here this evening. You are more than welcome to stay, or you can go home and listen at home. Council's going to finish up the interviews, and then by the end of the evening, make a decision on who they're going to move forward. But we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We are on to our last interview. No. Your mic's on. Jessica, your mic's on. Is your mic on? It's not? Huh. Was it? Oh, yes. Yes, true. See? You're good. Just get all settled and we'll have a breath and then. All right. Dive in a little timer. Ready? All right. Good evening. I'm Mary Angela Burney. I use she, her pronouns. We are going to ask you the 6 questions. We're going to start off by just having you say your name and your pronouns, And then the council members will ask the 6 questions, and you'll have a total of 15 minutes to answer them. And we look forward to your answers. So dive right in. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, Mayor Bernie, council members. It's good to see you all. I'm Antoinette Smith. You can call me Annie. My pronouns are she.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for being here. I'm Councilmember Vivek Prakriya. I use he, him pronouns. And the first question is, why do you want to serve on the council, and how do you envision your approach to successful service?
I didn't want to. It started with a conversation with someone who I really consider a mentor, community leader, and they asked the question, have you thought of? And I was like, no, not really. I've never thought of doing that, though I've done lots of volunteer work and I'm active in the community. And then I couldn't stop thinking about it. And that's usually how things go with me. I get an idea and then I can't stop thinking about it. So I think the most compelling, I guess, argument for myself is that the world is on fire, and that affects us all. It is no longer a thing that is far away. It is at our collective doorsteps. And, it's just a time for action. I already do a lot of work within human services in my other life. And so I think this is just in addition to the work that I already love that started here, actually not far from here, where we're sitting now. So yeah, that's why we need to.
Thank you for sharing, Annie. My name is Melissa Stewart, and I'm the council president. My pronouns are she, her. And the next question we have for you is, what knowledge, experiences, or perspectives have uniquely prepared you to serve on the council?
Yeah, so I'm old, so I guess there's a lot of things, but I'll really start with, I think within the last 10 years, my last a career that I had was as a registered nurse, and I was working in hospice in Snohomish County, and became that was a very heavy work and needed to take some time and kind of figure out what the next step was. And part of that sabbatical, if you will, was taking on volunteer roles here in the community. I was living here already 10 years, and I think it was just kind of a natural progression. So my first volunteer position was with Friends of Youth as a meal donor at the OG landing at the OG Together Center, and I absolutely fell in love with that work and the young people that I met there. And that moved me into, there's this opportunity in human services as one of the commissioners. And so I said, why not? I got the idea and I couldn't stop thinking about it. So right around 2015, 2016, I was serving on the commission for 7 years altogether, so 3 cycles of human services grant application review and recommendations. Also spent some time on the Redmond Community Court as a navigator, and did that for 3 years, working with Erica Cooley, if people remember her. So yeah, I mean, I think all of those things, not to mention my identity, identities. I'm a queer Chicana. I come from the Central Washington, a family of farm workers. I mean, these are all things that are very near and dear to me and have made me who I am today.
Thank you so much. I'm Councilmember Vanessa Kritzer. I use she, her pronouns. And the third question is, if you were appointed to the role, how would you go about getting up to speed and being prepared to jump in on the wide variety of issues that we're working on?
Yeah, so I think there are at least 3 strategies, and I'm sure there's many more, but I think certainly for short term, it's really reviewing at least the Q4 of issues and packets and meetings, and certainly that's really important, having various conversations with all of the council members and mayor. Those are really important. I think it's really important, though, to, and I think I'm already tracking these in my work, so I think policy, funding. Those are really important items to follow up on and what that means to our community. So those are really important things. And not to mention just following up with the comp plans and all the different initiatives that are happening here in the city.
I'm Council Member Menka Soni, pronounced she, her. My question is, the Council prioritizes promoting a culture of respect, equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the city. As a Council member, how would you meaningfully engage with community to ensure we consider a diversity of perspectives in our decision-making and make our government more accessible?
So this is kind of the world I live in. And as my role in a neighboring city, I work in human services, and my position has a unique focus on equity. And we know that post-George Floyd, there were many positions that were created coming out of that need for a more focused equity lens in how we're doing things. So, I mean, you know, I think I've learned a lot. I'm still learning. It's a huge learning curve in how to engage with community. I've been humbled in the most amazing ways by folks who I really look up to, and I will speak to one particular story. We were engaging with community, and as we do so often, needing information from that particular community, and so how do we engage those folks, right? And often we're going to folks with the ask. And this community leader was like, you know, why don't you come to us when there's not an ask? Why don't you have conversations with us when there's not a need? And because often we go into communities, and within the broader community, we extract that information and that knowledge, and there's no follow-up. There's no intentional inclusion in the continuing process. So I think that is one of the things that I have learned, and again, very difficult learning and sitting in discomfort with that and recognizing there is a process. It's not just about accessing, it's about including and having those conversations. Language access, different ways of putting out communication, making sure that we're making accessible times and spaces for people to engage. And just being able to listen and hear what the agenda is, not for us, but for the community and what they want to share with us.
Thank you. I am Councilmember Jessica Forsyth, she, her pronouns. From your perspective, what are the most pressing community needs for the council to take on, and what actions can the city take?
And this is not to minimize. There are lots of issues, very pressing. Housing, certainly. Access to basic needs. We're in this trajectory of many folks are going to lose health care, changes to Medicare, Medicaid, food access was just recently denied to our neighbors, to folks that we know. But I will share this quick story. Not long ago, and I'm sure this is an event most of us know about, there was kind of a sweep of detentions here in the city of Redmond. And that same morning, I was driving to an appointment. As I was getting to the AM/PM that's on Willows, I'm sure most of you know where that's at, there's an intersection. I looked to my left and saw multiple vehicles with flashing lights in the back of their windows, and I knew instinctively what it was and what was happening. And my stomach dropped, and my heart ached. And I kept driving, and I was thinking to myself and trying to tell myself it wasn't what I thought it was, and it was, and hearing the news later. And I think that was one of those moments where, like I said earlier, like these things are not happening somewhere else, they're happening here. And it is compelling, and it is important, and it's urgent. And, you know, there are some initiatives that I've had the fortune of working with the City of Redmond Human Services staff on, including the rapid response funding. So the city that I work with was working on the same initiative, and I think that collaborative work brought upwards of $400,000 into our collective Eastside community to provide support for these services and our neighbors. So, I mean, this is important work. So what's most pressing, I think that is one of those items, and I think also being able to be responsive, but more so being proactive. I think that is one of the things that we can be better at, is being proactive. If it feels like it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen.
Hi, I'm Council Vice President Angie Nueva Camina, she, her pronouns. The council is often asked to make decisions impacting groups of people who have differing or strong opinions, and council members may disagree with each other. How would you approach making those tough decisions?
Yeah, I think there are lots of strategies. I think there are some things that I like to keep in mind when I'm having these really difficult conversations. Number one, just trying to be thoughtful and intentional in listening. One of the skills, one of my I think the most helpful skill that I learned as a nurse was that active listening, right? So listening to understand. It's not necessarily for agreement, but I think that it can lead to some intersection of understanding where we can all come to some agreement in some way. I also think that using guiding principles, I'm a real big fan of coming up with a good working agreements and guiding principles. I mean, those are really important. It's those North Stars that keep our work centered and grounded. And with that, rules of engagement. How do we work with each other? It's not just about how do we have the conversation, but how do we communicate to each other individually? Because we all have different ways of taking in that information and processing. So the more we understand how we could do that with each other, the better we can have those conversations. And I have a few more. I don't know where my time is, but.
You have a couple minutes.
Okay. I also would look to the current tools that you all use and those processes that are helpful to you all. So it's not about creating new processes, but maybe building upon the ones that already exist on how that decision-making happens. Lots of self-reflection. That's my favorite, even though it's not comfortable. I think self-reflection in those conversations are really important, and that's where that growth happens, right? So there's an opportunity not only to provide support to the community, but also to grow ourselves in the work that we do, and I think that's important. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to apply and to answer the questions. You are our last interview of the evening. Thank you. You are more than welcome to stay or go home and listen, but thank you. So in a moment, we're going to go to executive session to discuss qualifications of candidates, and then we'll come back out to open session, and council will decide who will be coming back for the final interview next week. One thing I do want to say is that I'm just so proud of our community. 30-some amazing candidates, 11 community members this evening chose to spend their evening with us, getting interviewed and sharing their thoughts about our community. And I just feel so lucky to serve in a community where people really want to serve and bring such different and varied perspectives and really want to be part of this. So it's really, I just want to congratulate you all. Many of them stayed here, but thank you all very much for sharing all that with us. It's really phenomenal. Not that I want to do appointments all the time, but it was really quite amazing to listen to everybody, so thank you. So now, the council will go into executive session to evaluate the qualifications of applicants for public employment, RCW 4230-110-1G, for 30 minutes. Per state law, the executive session is closed to the public. The council will return to open session. Do you guys want like 5 minutes to get over there? Okay. So we're going to start the executive session at 9:15 and we'll end at 9:45. And at that time, council members will make candidate nominations, discussion, decision on the finalists. And no one's remote. So make sure you're out of this meeting, no one is, on Teams, and then let us go to executive session. Welcome back, everyone. As a refresher, council was just in executive session. We are out now. I do once again want to thank all of the candidates that applied for this role. It was really an impressive group, and so appreciate the conversations that we were able to have tonight and the ability for people to share how so many people love this city and love this and want to do the work. So we really very much appreciate that. And with that, Council President, do you have a motion?
I do, thank you. I move to advance to a next stage of interviews on January 20th, the candidates known as CK, Sina Parsi, and Antoinette Smith.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Council President.
Thank you so much. I would first just like to echo the mayor's comments. I am deeply, deeply humbled by the time and the thoughtfulness of all of the conversations that we were able to have tonight. I know that when this motion passes, we will only have a few names that we can invite back, a few candidates that we can invite back next week to continue the conversation with us. But I'm profoundly grateful for everyone's insights, dedication, and truly love of our community that was on display tonight. So I look forward to the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Councilmember Kritzer.
Thank you. I think the Council President articulated it very well, but I just want to thank everyone here in the room and everyone that we spoke with tonight, because I was truly moved to hear all the passion for Redmond, the talent, and excitement for service. And this is what makes our city an amazing place to be. And I hope that everyone who has applied for this and come here tonight as well, but also the people who weren't even here tonight at the table with us will find ways to get involved with the city, because it is how we make our city even better. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Forsyth.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor any points that have already been made because I agree with them. But again, thank you to everyone who applied. Put yourself out there. This was not an easy task for those of you that applied and sat through this interview process. It's nerve-wracking and it's challenging, and I just want to truly say that we appreciate you applying for this process, stepping up to lead in this time, and I just truly was impressed with the depth of passion for our community and passion for this work. So thank you all, and I look forward to talking to those that are moved forward next week.
Councilmember Pracaria.
I'll try to be quick, which is just to reiterate and say that thank you so much to everybody who applied. About a month or two back, I sat at that table as a council member-elect and said that, you know, the civic strength of a city can be gauged in a sense in the applications that it gets for a vacant position like this. And I am truly humbled to have this task ahead of me in only my second council meeting. You know, it was an honor to interview all 11 of you tonight. I learned something from each and every one of you. And please continue to stay engaged with the community. So thank you once again.
Councilmember Soni.
As everyone mentioned, I just want to thank everyone, those who applied, like people, those who are still not here and have applied, and everybody who has given their time and effort and their passion. They have expressed their passion for the city. I definitely want to say that this is, those who have not moving forward, this is not going to be the end. There are several ways to get engaged with the city and continue with that same passion that you have delivered today. And those who are moving forward, we are definitely looking forward to hear more from you in our next council meeting, and good luck.
Council Vice President Nueva Camino.
Thank you, Mayor. And building on with Councilmember Soni's last sentiments about moving forward with the others, the 35, the 33 plus that will not be coming back next week. I'm looking forward to how we continue working collaboratively throughout, because there was so much passion, there was so much preparedness that went into this, that this is most definitely not for naught, right? That it's just a step towards finding that right spot for where we can continue working together in community and as a city.
Council President?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I thank my colleagues for their comments. I'm going to do something slightly unorthodox and just make sure that no one has an amendment to the motion on the table. I know we were very excited to share our gratitude, and I know we have a couple of new colleagues, so if anyone has an amendment to this list, now is the time to move that. And so in a rather unorthodox move, I'm just kind of slowing down the motion for a second to make sure that we make sure everybody has the chance to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any amendments to the motion? Does not look. Going once, going twice. With that, this will be a voice vote. All those in favor of moving forward these three candidates to next week at 6 p.m. signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much who participated, and look forward to hearing more. For the next step is next Tuesday. There'll be a special meeting at 6 o'clock where the three finalists will be interviewed. Then the council will go to a regular business meeting where the first thing will be an executive session, followed by a decision on the council member, and the council member that is selected will be sworn in at that time. Also, as a note, council has already scheduled their retreat on January 31st for a full day. So for those in the finalist realm, mark your calendar. So with that, thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.